flags back here.
All right, we're going to call our budget meeting of May 31st, 2022 to order. Let's start with a roll call.
Vice Mayor Romack?
Here.
Mayor Henderson?
Here.
Councilmember Klonstad?
Here.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Here.
And I will note Councilmember Polity is absent.
Thank you. And I think, given this room, we will forego the Pledge of Allegiance. What's that? Okay. And move into 4.0, public comment. And I don't think we have anyone from the public here. So we can close public comment immediately and move into 5.1, reviewing the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget document.
Great. Thank you so much. I hope everybody can hear okay. Before we get into budget, you might wonder who this person is next to me. Nikki, do you want to introduce Chris?
Yeah, so Chris is our new Chief Information Security and Technology Officer. Today is day one, so we thought we'd invite him to see the magic happen over here. And
nice indoctrination.
Yes. We're going to give him a formal introduction at the next council meeting, but just so you have an idea of who's in the room with you.
Thank you.
So we're super happy to have Chris with us today, and go easy on him if you want to ask any IT budget questions. Probably
He hasn't seen it yet.
I don't think we've introduced him to
Nicole?
that yet. So. Little bit of grace there, and everybody's met Sean at this point, I think, as well. So we will kick off. Regina, will you drive for me? Thank you. If you could go to the next slide, please. So I'm just going to do a really quick overview of the budget document, a summary of what we're going to talk about today. Nikki's going to do some summary information on our budget process timeline, our revenue recaps, and our new positions. And then we will jump into our operating budgets by department and our proposed capital budgets. And our division managers will be coming in and out as we get to their budgets and go through what's proposed in the budgets. We'll be highlighting only the differences or the new items or significant differences. So if we don't highlight something, you can assume that it's status quo from the current year, just to help facilitate the conversation a little bit. Regina, next slide, please. Oops, sorry about that. I think you probably have to keep kicking through. There we go. This is a pretty big document. It takes a lot of effort to get here. We are a little bit later than we normally are. If you remember, was it last council meeting? We did budget adoption or audit adoption, sorry, a couple council meetings ago. So that timeline just pushed everything back a little bit. So it's been a big lift by everybody listed here. And then our budget finance geniuses, Nikki, Regina, and Sean, have spent many late nights getting this compiled. So thank you to the three of you for doing that while you were doing audit at the same time. They've been working in 3 different fiscal years all at once. And then, of course, we had our budget strategy session on April 18th, where we kind of went through the concepts that we were looking at for budget. We didn't hear any feedback that we were drastically off course, so what you see in this budget will reflect that conversation. There were some capital projects that were deprioritized, but generally speaking, what we discussed on the 18th is what is included in this budget document.
Sounds like a slot machine paying.
Yeah. We're just making sure you're all awake at this hour. So the budget is divided into 13 sections. We have our transmittal letter in section 1 that outlines the council priorities, the fiscal health of the town, and our major accomplishments, followed by our financial summaries in section 2. Go ahead, Regina. Summary of revenues in section 3, a departmental budget, section 4 through 11, our extensive capital improvement plan over 5 years, which is section 12, and then a bunch of wonderful information that you could read at night if you were trying to go to sleep in section 13. No offense, ladies and gentlemen, but it tends to not be as interesting as the rest of the document. Next slide, please. So we have a balanced budget. We have not impacted core services and we have tried to enhance them. We've had a pretty big emphasis on making sure we're focused on existing staff and providing promotional opportunities if that's an area that makes sense. Those are not given. There'll have to be a recruitment process for those, but we have built those in some instances. And we've added staff in various departments that are in our core service departments, such as police, as one example. The budget was developed in being mindful of achieving financial and economic sustainability, improving or enhancing the city's infrastructure, and that's our trails and roads and connectivity, enhancing our community outreach and engagement strategies, that is with our PIO, but also our DEI, or Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion position that's proposed. There's a heavy emphasis on all of the council priorities. There's substantial funding allocated to each one of those priorities. And then we also were very cognizant of unknowns, economic sustainability, what the future may hold in terms of where we sit today in the economy. So we've created a budget stabilization set aside. That's funded at $3.1 million over 5 years. And that would be a pot of money that we could go to for any economic uncertainty that comes up or anything that comes up in the future that we haven't thought of or prepared for. Next slide, Regina. Just a quick overcap of the council priorities. There's $19 million allocated to housing, $54 million to climate, and that includes a lot of our trail work. We've refunded the sustainability set aside at $1.5 million, $2.5 million for communications and community cohesion and inclusiveness, $50 million for infrastructure connectivity, the library, and just under $1 million for our emergency preparedness. Next slide. So real quick, high level summary, $32 million general fund operating budget. This provides for all of our core services: police, animal services, public works, community development, administrative services, our clerk's department, everything that happens day to day. That's funded with sales tax, property tax, our franchise fees, TOT, and user fees in some cases. Special revenue funds, we have a number of special revenue funds, like Measure T, for example, that augments our streets, our trails, our housing, the police. Our enterprise funds, about $12 million. These are our business funds that operate like a business, so parking, transit, solid waste, building, and safety. Next slide, please, Regina. And then lastly, our capital projects, about $34 million. It includes work on all of your priorities as well as our core service areas, our trails and our roads. There's one other category that is not up here, our fiduciary funds. That is our RDA, remaining RDA successor agency, and that's about $500,000. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nikki. And she's going to go into the first section, just a budget process timeline and revenue recap.
Do you want to, how do you project that? That's a good question.
Just turn it off.
This will be Chris's first
Yeah,
thing to
say,
figure
Windows
out.
Windows key to extend. Oh, never mind. Something, trial by fire.
Is it trying to project that on the side of the screen?
If you hit Windows P and then you go to duplicate everything you see on there, you'll see on there
Windows P.
at the same time. Windows P.
Ah, very good.
Already
doing a good job.
Earned your keep today. Thank you.
All right, everybody, I'm going home.
So, just a reminder that our budget process starts in January every year, and we met with council to formalize your commitment to your priorities and to get an idea of how you guys wanted us to approach anything specific in the budget. And so staff worked for several months to prepare that. We met in April. We did a 4-hour meeting where you guys gave us some additional direction, which we've incorporated into this proposed or this draft document. And so we'll have a 6-hour meeting today where we go through every page. This will be your guys' opportunity to ask any questions you may have, for us to help you work through any concerns you might have, and for you to provide any additional direction. We will hopefully bring it back, depending on how much direction you give to us today. We will hopefully bring this back for adoption on June 14th. And at that time, our ideal is that you aren't giving us any more changes on June 14th, that we're adopting the document. So with that, we're hoping that you can get out any concerns you have today so that we can get those incorporated, or find some way to accommodate your suggestions, and so that we can meet that June 14th council meeting. Ideally, we adopt a budget before July 1st because the budget has to be in place for our operations on July 1st. And so, hope you guys are ready to go. So just a recap of our revenues. We go to the general fund, some general fund revenues. There we go. For property tax, we are assuming a 5% increase from our estimated actuals, and that estimate was developed with assistance from Martin Polt, who is he works in the CEO's office for the county. So we based that estimate off of the supplemental estimates for this year, because supplemental is the extra, so if the property sells or there's a substantial remodel, the supplemental tax bill is like the increase that happened on those properties. So we looked at the supplemental bill as well as the CPI increase for the year. We feel pretty confident that 5% is a good number. It seems really high, but we feel confident that that is an accurate estimate for next year. Also, we increased the budget for transient occupancy tax to $5 million, up from $4.2 million, and that was based on some direction that we got at the last budget meeting, that you guys wanted to see an accurate estimate. We really like to budget that revenue source very conservatively because it is very volatile. As we've seen, it fluctuates from fires, it fluctuates from pandemics, it fluctuates if the economy is going well, then people go overseas instead of coming locally. So it's really hard for us to predict that one, and it is industry standard for it to be budgeted very conservatively. We feel like $5 million is an achievable estimate of that budget revenue source, given our recent collections. And we are going to keep monitoring that because we put the cap on total number of permits available. That could have a stabilizing effect of increases in the near-term future. So we're going to keep monitoring that, and we may adjust that revenue source in the coming years, but just wanted to point that out, that it is about $5 million. It's at $5 million for next year, which is a really big increase when you compound that over the 5-year horizon. Sales tax, we did slightly decrease our estimated actual and proposed budgets based on updated estimates from our sales tax consultant, and that's just based on the pool collections that they are seeing across the state, and the pool collections is related to the online sales. They are seeing that level off more quickly than they anticipated following the wrap up of the pandemic. So they adjusted that. It was just very slight, hardly noticeable to you guys, but noticeable to us. but they are updated since the last meeting. I think that's kind of our major revenue changes. We did maintain a very low estimate for interest. You can scroll down. And we are still seeing very low returns from our LAIF account and CAM. There's still, obviously there's a lot of volatility in the market right now, so we based our budget, it's actually the same as our estimated actual for this year, which is a decrease from last year, almost a 50% decrease from our budget last year, but that's just based on the interest returns that we're seeing on our LAIF investment and our CAM investments. I'm watching. There are some items that we adjusted that look like they're big adjustments, but they're kind of smaller revenue sources, so I won't touch on every single one of them unless you guys have a question about any of those. For capital labor, we are proposing an increase, so that's the amount that we charge outside funds for staff time spent on specific capital projects. So if an engineer is working on a road, we will charge the Measure B fund a predetermined rate. Right now we're charging out $90 per hour, which is an average of the fully loaded rates of engineering staff. And then the increase is projected for additional work that we foresee should Measure U pass. And that would be for increased work from engineering on trails related projects. And then we are seeing obviously a resurgence in special events, so we bumped the special events revenue. It looks like an enormous increase at 400%, but it's only $2,500 from the estimated actual. And that's just for the permit for the application fee. The actual charges for police work or staff time related to special events actually goes to specific other line items, so that's just for the permit to apply for a special event. But good to see that going back up. Do you guys have any questions on any items?
A lot of line items.
A lot. And then, did you guys
Can we go back up to the gas tax?
Yep.
Okay, oh, it's at the bottom of it.
It's at the bottom. It's transferring.
There.
So those projections are created by the League of California Cities. They have a consultant, Michael Coleman, who's kind of like the expert that every agency in the state goes to for their estimates for gas tax. And he bases this based on economic projections, the state budget. He's like an expert. So we pulled those estimates from him.
So it does not appear to be as volatile as we might have all thought.
Gas tax isn't that volatile because it's not just, there's a lot of different portions of that. There's like, if you could go to the gas tax page. Maybe streets. Nope, that's the sum. So there's like 7 different types of gas tax that that we get funding from. There's 7 sections or 6 sections, and one of those is our snow reimbursement. So that's we submit to them for reimbursement 1/2 of our snow removal costs. So that's a large portion of our gas tax funding, $1.6 million we're projecting. And then the other sources, there is some volatility, as you can see in the numbers, but that main snow reimbursement from the gas tax funding represents like the major portion of what we get.
And that's pretty steady.
Right, because that's based on our snow removal costs. that has gone to the legislature. They tried to get rid of that reimbursement, and we were really lucky because Carolyn D, actually, the previous council member, went down and advocated with our legislative advocate to maintain that funding source, because you can see that's a very large reimbursement to the town for necessary costs to keep our community running and safe. Yeah. So the numbers
Thank you,
that,
Carolyn D.
yeah. So the remaining sources of gas tax, they do tend to fluctuate. You know, we're seeing like a, you know, what, $13,000 swing in section 2105. We can get you the literature if you're interested in what each of these sections is from. But for the most part, it's that one source is pretty solid.
Thank you.
Did you want to pass out? Did you pass these out? So we have a breakout of our personnel costs. Which shows the breakout between our ongoing existing staff and then the new proposed new staff. So the orange is the cost for the new staff over the 5-year horizon. So right now, our existing, we have 122.5 existing full-time equivalents. So a full-time equivalent is 2,080 hours of staff time. And we're proposing to add 9 FTEs to, and this front page is just the general fund. And then the second page is the parking fund. Those are the only 2 funds that we were having a substantial increase in staff time for new FTEs. So we just wanted to kind of give you that visualization. Man, I'm having difficulty with words today. Wanted to give you the visualization of kind of what we're looking at in terms of staff adds and what that looks like for the general fund.
And the 3 state maintenance workers, that's combining the winter and the summer seasonal.
Yes, this is actually the full cost, right? This isn't the difference. This is the full cost of adding those positions, not just the difference.
The other thing I would point out is the economic vitality analyst is really like a management analyst. It's meant to be more of a utility player. This is the title that the comp and class folks gave that position, but we're looking at somebody with a broader skill set.
And the inclusion program manager is the DEI manager. Okay.
Nikki, do staff positions that are funded by special funds, are the deferred compensation and retirement benefits, are those, what funds are those paid out of?
Same.
So the pension obligations, we actually don't record the unfunded actuarial liability in our general fund. It's only in our government-wide. So that is actually not recorded in the general fund. The portion that's related to positions funded out of our enterprise funds is charged to the enterprise funds, but for governmental funds, it only shows on the face of our financials, not to the individual funds. Our annual costs, so the amount that we have to pay every year, so we pay a portion of our unfunded actuarial liability every year. It's sort of like a mortgage, so they amortize it over 20 to 30 years, depending on what kind of unfunded actuarial liability it is. There's all these crazy accounting things that they do with it. And so we pay a portion each year that they've amortized, and then we also pay our normal costs, and that is that's included in their fully loaded rate. So if we charge out to, so the senior planner position, that's funded by Measure K for housing, and we charge out the fully loaded rate to Measure K. So that includes the current portion of the PERS costs.
Okay, so the contributions that are made to their retirement benefits, those come out of the special fund. In this case, it would be Measure K. And then when the person retires, they're paid out of the PERS fund, Or is the employer still making contributions for that individual?
So there's like a technicality there. So PERS is the one that pays them, but there may still be a portion of the unfunded actuarial liability that is that we
For us.
accrued based on their years of service to the town.
Right.
We allocate that out. It's like each year we pay a little bit. Sorry, the masks make my throat really dry.
Yeah, and so I'm wondering if that comes out of our general fund or...
So we take the portion that stays as a liability, we don't pay off their balance when they retire. And then each year we say we're paying 1/20th of the remaining balance. And we allocate that out over all of our personnel expenses. So we say we have $1 million worth of personnel expenses, we owe $200,000 of, well that's really high, but
Okay.
$20,000 of unfunded actuarial liability this year. So each employee, we're going to pay 2% towards the UAL. So we kind of pool the remaining UAL because it's almost impossible for us to determine exactly how much is allocable to each employee because they lump it all together.
Okay. And so even that small amount, let's say that 2% amount, would that come out of our general fund or for a special funded employee who retires?
So
Am I not asking?
it's really, it's like a very complicated, so we don't pay it off when they leave. So then we, each year, like our unfunded actuarial liability changes values each year.
Mm-hmm.
They say this year, this is how much you owe. And so theoretically, when somebody retires, somebody new replaces them. And we're still paying a portion of the unfunded actuarial liability with the new employee. So some amount will still be allocated out to the special funds with the new employees, but we don't necessarily say like we should add a little bit more for this retired employee because we can't really determine how much of the remaining unfunded actuarial liability is due to that employee. But we continue to allocate out for the new employee that has replaced them.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
And this is not an approach that is unique to us. This is
Right.
every city in the state accounts for it the same way.
Yep. Right.
Every public agency that contributes to PERS, pretty much.
Thanks.
So if there's no questions on that, then we can jump right into our operating budgets, or if you have more questions about our personnel costs or revenues.
Continue
All right.
on.
Yeah.
So we're gonna start with the town council budget. We thought we'd get you guys really interested in the budget, starting with yours.
You know, the town council budget this year is pretty much status quo. The only item that really changed is the stipend that you will receive, that the new council, seated council, will receive starting in December.
Are there any questions, concerns, thoughts on this one?
So there were no adjustments to the, Councilmember Zabriskie said, to the
The educational fund?
educational funding, yes, for the council.
So we've had $10,000 as the estimate for council education now for a multitude of years, and council has not fully taken advantage of that, so I hesitate to increase it, but we can always come back with a budget amendment if we need to.
Additionally, like right now, the estimated actual for fiscal year 21-22 is at $91,000, where for supplies and services, and our full budget is $97,000. And the way we kind of use our divisional budgets is if there's savings in another line item, let's say that we don't use up the entire professional services, those funds could be used for additional education and training should you guys go over that budget. So we try and project as best as possible by line item, but divisions are, if they need to move between line items to adjust to the operating realities of that particular year, that's encouraged because we want to be flexible and nimble. I can't wear baskets. I'm trying my throat out. I just tested, I'm negative.
And Councilmember Close said, I think I'm assuming you're probably asking about it just because we had a conference earlier this year. There's the League of California Cities conference later this year. There's some sort of big policy-oriented California-specific conferences.
Yep, yep. COVID's over. I suspect we will be going to conferences again.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice. We're moving back.
That's what everybody says,
Yeah,
I know,
well.
right?
It's nice to have conferences again.
Yes, totally. Yeah, as I sit here wearing a mask, yeah.
So I think the next page is Jen's town manager.
Is, my budget is pretty consistent. You'll see there's a decrease in, the personnel cost. Some of that was allocated out, I think, to the new inclusion and community connection division with the DEI position, and that's where Braun is housed as well, and she reports directly to me. And other than that, the operating and supplies and services budget is lower than both the amended budget and the estimated actuals, so there's nothing too crazy here.
And the next one is the town attorney's budget.
Which we're getting to in a minute, but while we get there, I can tell you this is not really very different from this past years. The bulk of the budget is my own salary and some benefits. We do also have a little bit of a budget, in this case I think it's $100,000 for outside legal help. We're very judicious about how we use that, as you can see reflecting the fact that we haven't come close to using all of that this year. But there are times when specialized outside legal help is a good idea, like on labor negotiations, sometimes on CEQA, although generally with CEQA we're charging that back to the developer whose project is causing that. There's occasionally some telecommunications stuff, but the point is that once in a while we need an outside person, and when we do, we have a budget for it. But most of the stuff I handle myself. And the budget is not really changing very much from year to year, hardly at all, really. Anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to take a stab at answering them.
So the work that we've been doing on the broadband, that's been kind
That's
of a
outside.
combination of you and outside services?
Mostly outside,
Okay.
but because I sort of cobbled together a coalition of 4 counties and 2 towns, all that's being split 6 ways.
Mm,
So we're only paying 1/6 of that cost.
nice. Well,
Thank you.
And the next one is the town parks budget, and we have staffing changes proposed in this budget. One of them came relatively recently when Hillary stole Lynn from my department and moved her into housing. And so with that opportunity, we flew an opening for an admin tech, which is a direct replacement for Lynn's position, and then thought we might as well attempt to fly a deputy clerk's position as well. We're only going to replace one individual in that seat, depending on what kind of a response, what kind of candidates we get. The deputy clerk would train up for my inevitable retirement. By the way, signed papers, my house sold.
congratulations.
Yeah. So that person, with any luck at all, would be trained up and ready to roll in 2023 when my contract's up. There is 2 other position changes recommended in this budget. One of them is for an admin tech that currently handles the records management. And with the new Laserfish program and a lot of programming in that job now, we're hoping that she can get her gold certification in Laserfish and start developing applications similar to the one that you guys just received a test email on. Did y'all get a test email for public comment?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yay. Oh, good. Great. She said she hadn't heard back, so she wasn't sure anybody got it. So that type of workflow and process, she'll be working on internal and external communications and forms to automate a bunch of our processes through Laserfish. So with that change, we're recommending that she get moved to an Analyst 1 position when she qualifies. And then moving an office assistant into an admin tech. And that person will backfill a lot of the admin tech duties that Elizabeth, will be giving up in order to do this more directed work. There'll be some additional heavy lifting that person will step into. So when she's qualified, we'll attempt to move her into a admin tech position from an office assistant. So those were my big changes in my budget. And you'll notice there's 2 elections back to back. Measure U, their voting is taking place right now in the town council chambers. And then next year it'll be the council candidates. I think that's it for mine, unless you guys have questions.
So will there no longer be an office assistant position? Everybody would be an admin tech?
And then we'd have an admin analyst instead of an admin tech. So
Okay, so just moving up everybody.
not everybody would move up, but 2 positions would move.
I guess it's probably appropriate. Could move up.
Could.
Yeah,
Could
it's
move
not
up.
a guarantee.
Yeah, we are looking for them to accomplish some things to qualify for those promotions.
So this is the administrative services budget. We do not have any staffing changes. This does, we do have, we are adding a part-time temporary accountant position to cover some known maternity leaves that we have coming up. And that would be in our temporary line item. The decrease in the part-time wages is because we reallocated one of our admin analysts ones to the short-term rental division page just so we could keep track of all of our transient occupancy tax expenses in one place. He's gonna make me cough. I don't know why my throat's so dry. And in terms of expenses, we're pretty much status quo on our expenses for next year as well. Any questions, concerns, suggestions, changes so far?
So just in general, computer equipment hasn't been a really robust line in most of these. But yet I know we've done a lot of work in that. Is all that previous budget? It's not.
So the computer equipment line item is our annual replacements. We have a computer replacement, and we keep computers for 5 years, and then like every year our IT department provides the division heads a list with, these are the computers that are coming end of life. Do you want to budget for replacement? Do we need to account for any changes or like an upgrade that you might need? So that's what that computer equipment line item represents. We do have an IT division which encompasses our ongoing maintenance costs. The costs for the IT hardening that we did this year are all in a CIP project, C2206, which we'll look at, and that had all of the costs for the new infrastructure that we put in.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. We did do a major upgrade of a lot of people's equipment, and actually going forward we're trying to reduce the amount of computer equipment that we need. We're replacing people's desktops with a laptop and a docking station. So that way they don't have to have 2 devices. They can, just plug in their laptop, and then if they're working from home, they can take that with them. So that was a major change for us that we were able. That was kind of an extra silver lining of our IT hardening, and hopefully will reduce our costs over the long run. And so general government is kind of costs that don't really fit into a specific division, but that are required to keep the town running. So that's like our insurance costs. We have an employee wellness program that we fund. There are just our production room copier costs. So anything that's kind of for town-wide operations that doesn't really fit to a specific division. Some of these costs are allocated out to our enterprise funds through our admin overhead allocation. So you'll see a revenue line item in the general fund that represents the amount that our enterprise funds are reimbursing us for the cost of operations. So, big changes in this specific budget. We added a little bit to the town team building. Team building for managers. They have a program proposed that will be happening in the fall next year, and that's for the town's mid-management team and anybody who manages employees. We do a team building once a year to kind of talk about any big issues that are coming up, or to do some training, and I think they've already kind of planned their program, and so that's the proposed budget. That does fluctuate because some years people are like, we just want to hold it in the park. Town employees are going to run the programs that we do. Other years, the steering committee wants to bring in a speaker. So it kind of changes year on year to kind of allow us flexibility to respond to kind of the current climate and what we feel like we need to keep our managers motivated or educated about things that are coming up. So as you can see, in 2021, it was a COVID year, so we just held that in the park, and it didn't cost us very much money. So that does fluctuate. We do get a little bit of money back from our insurance against our safety and wellness program, which is reflected in our grant revenues in the general fund. We get about $6,000 from them. In the safety and wellness program, we do just a variety of different programs. We've brought in financial advisors to help people with, ideas on budgeting for financial health, and we do a lot of focus on fitness programs because those tend to be more popular. And we also, the safety and wellness program also prepared emergency backpacks for each division. So we do kind of just a variety of, there's a steering committee that helps us kind of come up with ideas, and that funding is to help us implement those ideas. And they also take care of the two town gyms, just a variety of programs.
And so there's educational line items in most of these budgets, and that's specifically for training that is needed in their jobs. Is that correct?
Yeah, for their divisions. So it'll be, engineers will go to an engineering conference, or the road maintenance crew goes to flagging and road safety courses, or in finance we'll go to, finance related. So that's more job specific. An employee wellness and safety, that's for health and, trying to promote healthy lifestyle habits and mental health related. We've done yoga and meditation and anything that promotes a healthy employee. So that's kind of maybe less job related and more lifestyle related.
Right. So what if an employee just wants to add to their education? It might not be job specific. Is there a fund that supports people when doing that? If, say, they want to go learn another language that might be helpful, or get an MBA or some sort of certificate, is there a set aside for that?
Yeah, so each employee group memorandum of understanding provides for tuition reimbursement, varying levels. The department head for the specific employee is ultimately responsible for approving or denying. So let's say there might be a reason why they're like, I'm sorry, we're not going to approve for you to go to art school or something. But for the most part, that funding is available for employees to apply for reimbursement through the tuition reimbursement.
Is there an annual cap, or it's just kind of?
It's based on the terms of the memorandum of understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a specific amount outlined in each one.
And we typically know if somebody's going to go through that program that we can budget for it.
You set aside the money?
Yeah, so it would be included in the division's education and training line item.
Okay. Yeah, some of these things I'm like, I know we must be doing this, but I have no idea where it shows up on a line item, so thank you.
So major changes in this budget would be for our insurance. We did project a 30% increase. They are still kind of finalizing our numbers with our underwriters. I went to our annual board meeting for our insurance company, and it's our normal pool, so they do like layers, so between $0 and $1 million, you're in this layer, and then between $1 million and $10 million, you're in this underwriter is providing them. The most expensive pool is the 10 million and above, and the market is just really, really difficult right now, and they are seeing industry-wide at least 30% increases, and that is due to they call it the ABC underwriters call it ABC, which is anything but California. They don't want to underwrite for California due to some really, really high settlements that have come out of cases in California, primarily related to public safety. Sorry, Danny. Yeah, I'm going to pinpoint this on public safety, but there's just been very extreme settlements, 8 figures for various cases, primarily out of Southern California. Also, the wildfires, I think like the worst wildfires in the last decade, and of the top 10, 3 have occurred in California. So underwriters are just very unwilling to underwrite insurance at that layer in California. Our insurance pool is doing really creative things to try and level out the costs, but that's what that giant increase represents.
So this is third-party liability?
So we actually pool. We're in it's called the California Intergovernmental Risk Authority, JPA, and we're pooled with 35 other agencies in California. So we buy into these insurance pools together.
And the insurance is for people who are injured, not employees who are injured?
It covers they do provide it. That line item does not include this, but they do provide our workers' comp insurance as well.
Okay, so workers' comp, personal injury, property damage.
Property damage, cyber, criminal, pollution, earthquake.
Okay. This is pretty broad.
Yeah.
And all of our insurance was renewed. All of our insurances were renewed, like cybersecurity, everything.
Has been renewed, yes. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to get cyber insurance again. They just basically doubled our premium, but we were able to get it. So that's really good news.
They should have cut it in half.
We're fortified now. We'll see how things go. All right.
Yeah. We did get a list from our insurance. They're like, these are the requirements we want you to have. They listed them from required, recommended, and like desired, and we had all but 2 on the desired list, and those were mainly, we don't have those mainly because they would make operations way less efficient, so it's kind of like we had to decide. So we're doing really well. Corey set us up in a very good spot.
Okay.
I have a question on fuel, and specifically on this item, and then generally for every item with fuel. This one is very low, and it seems like maybe there's a lot of employees that use their personal vehicle and get a stipend or whatnot. So is that why we don't spend a lot on pool vehicle fuel? And then second question, how did we estimate the cost for fuel this fiscal year, since it's so much higher? And in a lot of the categories, it didn't seem to be that different. So just kind of curious about that too.
So this is really truly picking up that allocation on the pool vehicles, because and all the vehicles are categorized. So usually you can see like which departments are using which ones, and then those hit those departments' expense lines.
Okay.
But and then
for town business, employees are actually encouraged not to use their personal vehicle. They're encouraged to use a town vehicle, and the cost for if they go to a conference and use their personal vehicle, that actually goes into the education and training line item versus this fuel line. This is just for town purchase fuel. And I think this is 0 for fiscal year 21-22 because the main pool vehicle for town-wide use is the Tesla, which doesn't have fuel. But we did estimate a small amount for next fiscal year, just in case, because we do have another pool vehicle that people could potentially use for general use.
And Councilmember Romack, the stipends are for the department head team. Those are the only
Okay.
employees that receive stipends.
Got it. And then just for all the fuel, and it's probably more DPW, like, yeah, so maybe we can wait till then, but just, it didn't seem like it changed that much from previous years, but we're seeing, obviously, fuel is expensive. I know we've got different types of fuel we buy, so I
Yeah,
just,
I think the draft budgets were put together a couple months ago. It was a different fuel price point then. So these numbers are probably out of date and low. Just because fuel prices have changed a lot in a couple of months.
right.
The calculation, we usually take like the 3-year average of gas prices and project it against the 3-year average mileage usage. So they're probably low. Again, we do our best to estimate, but if they're, so, you know, like most divisions, if you look at their prior year actuals, they didn't use up all their fuel costs. So, you know, there might be fluctuation. They may use less in professional services. And then if we're getting to a point during the year, we're like, oh yeah, gas is gonna blow the budget, we can come back for a budget amendment.
Okay.
And then next up, we have, is it me again?
You are the show. And we love you for that.
Uh, All right, so the IT budget is pretty much status quo since Chris just started today. He hasn't had an opportunity to really dig into this, and our idea is really that we believe that we put enough funding in here to fund anything that we will probably undertake for next year, but he may have some tweaks for us. We're gonna have him, he doesn't know this yet, but we're gonna have him come back to council at a later time with kind of his plan for the year, since we weren't able to incorporate that into the budget document, just due to our constraints on when we brought somebody on board. Major change is that we moved the GIS position that used to be in IT into engineering, just for better operational efficiency. And the reason that you don't see a massive decrease in our proposed wages is because during last year, council did approve the addition of a fourth IT person for the IT department, and that's us to help ensure that we're able to meet our ongoing maintenance needs, our upgrade needs, and as well as still being able to respond to employee IT help desk requests. So that's why there isn't a corresponding decrease, because we added a position during next year after reallocating. We added a position last year after reallocating a position out. There is also a corresponding decrease in software supplies, because when we reallocated the GIS position, he took his software costs with him to engineering. So there's a corresponding increase in software costs in engineering for that decrease. And otherwise, pretty much status quo.
Any questions on in the general government before we go into public works? Okay, take it away.
Sure. So for the engineering budget, we're proposing the addition of another engineering position. That would be to add capacity for capital projects. Most likely trails projects that we could be working on more with Measure U, long lead time items. But also there's some projects in our traffic impact fee program and a few others that are in the CIP budget that we would need additional capacity to move forward. And Nikki mentioned earlier, our revenue budget, we've shown an increase in the capital labor charge item. So it's envisioned that the additional engineer, the cost of that position would be offset from a general fund hit but because it would be paid for out of traffic impact fee funds, Measure U, assuming it passes, et cetera. So there would be special funds that would fund the position. The other change in here is I'm recommending really an increase in responsibility for Becky that would phase in over time. Becky's currently the engineering manager, is her current title. Recommending that be modified to an assistant public works director title that would have Becky taking on more responsibility in public works activities outside of engineering. And hopefully that would be good cross-training for sometime in the future when I may not be here any longer. So, long ways away, I'm sure, though.
Good point.
Yeah, there's other ideas.
We'll talk later.
So that's engineering. When you look at the percentages, there's a pretty good bump in the change budget to estimated actual. And a lot of that has to do with moving that GIS position over from admin services to engineering. And if there's questions on engineering, I'd be happy to try to answer them, or we can move on. Okay. So next, if we move down to Public Works, road maintenance, we're recommending the elimination of 3 summer seasonal positions and 3 winter seasonal positions, and replacing them with 3 full-time positions. What we've been finding is our ability to attract public works staff is diminishing. We had 4 positions open for a period of time. We've got 2 people that are in the process of onboarding or getting through the background process. So we'll have 2 full-time positions that will remain vacant. This would add 3 to that, so we'd be at 5 vacant full-time positions. We think our ability to fill the 5 full-time positions is better than our ability to fill 3 part-time positions. Excuse me, I'm throwing a lot of numbers around. So we've got the 2 vacant positions, so we need to fill those regardless. We think our ability to fill the 3 full-time positions is higher than filling 6 part-time positions. It'll also help us in what I'll call the transition periods, because right now we've got a lot of, in wintertime, we've got 20+ seasonal employees that we bring in, and then we lay them off in the springtime, and we try to bring in summer seasonals. So what happens is we get the shoulder season snowstorms, which are typically anything after April 1st and anything before mid-December, where this will give us better coverage. So we've got those 3 additional people that are in what would otherwise be those gaps, where we would typically be at lower staffing. That'll give us a little bit better coverage for snow removal in the shoulder seasons. And then ultimately, in the current market, we think we need to try to better secure our full-time workforce, recognizing some of the challenges we've had with our part-time workforce. So we were fortunate last winter. We had the one storm. We were actually only at about 3/4 of our staffing for that, and it showed in terms of our service level. We didn't get much after that though, so the fact that we were low on staff didn't cause lower snow removal service, because there wasn't a whole lot of snow for the rest of the winter. So anyway, that's the major change in the recommended public works budget. Any questions or comments on that?
the fleet replacement fund, and is that more larger equipment? That doesn't seem like a large amount of money. Which
So that's our
portions of your
annual
fleet?
savings that we put aside into the fleet replacement fund for the eventual replacement of our large equipment, which we have started replacing with hybrid or biodiesel compatible equipment, and we're exploring electrical equipment as it becomes available. So this is just our annual savings into our fleet replacement fund for the eventual replacement of large fleet equipment. We basically take the useful life of a big piece of equipment. So let's say it was a $350,000 piece of equipment. We know it's going to last 20 years. We save 1/20th of that into the fleet replacement fund every year, so that when that piece of equipment does hit end of life, we have the money to replace it.
And you do that for every piece of equipment?
Correct.
Yep, and you'll see that line item in each operating division budget.
That has a
Oh.
fleet.
It has a fleet,
Admin,
yeah,
we
so-
don't actually have any. We don't drive a lot of places, so we don't have one, but any division that has a fleet has a savings. Except for our enterprise funds, they save for that via contingency at the bottom of their fund balance.
Oh, if they save enough, they get to buy a new vehicle?
They each have like a savings plan that they use, that they save towards each year for the eventual replacement.
And then the fleet maintenance allocation is specific to paying our own people or paying for the services of maintaining fleets, and that's in each of the lines as well.
Right, so that's an allocation of the fleet division's cost.
Distributed amongst all the different departments.
Correct, that has a fleet. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask about fuel again, because it's, we're budgeting the same as we're estimating we're spending this year. And the comments, Dan, you made of how we put these numbers together a few months ago. Is this something that we should be conscious of and increase now rather than waiting until we do an amendment on some fuel? Or
We could.
I put that down as an item to look at
Okay.
between now and then.
And typically, maybe we should talk a little bit about amendments. So anything that's in the supply and services category, if you're under budget in one area, you can use that savings in another area if needed, so we wouldn't come back for an amendment. So let's say we didn't spend all $24,000 in miscellaneous office expense. Some of that money could go towards fuel, as long as that division is within the budget. And really, the auditors look at it on a fund basis. So if the general fund itself is within budget, we would be fine.
Okay. And I'll stop asking about fuel, just because it's so different than it was a year ago. So.
Right.
One other question on the communication systems maintenance. That's a pretty big increase. What are we looking at doing there?
So that's actually just they rebudgeted the same amount for fiscal year 22-23 as if they had budgeted in 21-22, and so they have communication systems in each fleet vehicle, and the 12,000 represents it's just enough in case there was a lot of repairs needed. We've been really lucky in that our systems have just operated really efficiently the past couple of years. We haven't had to call in for a lot of maintenance, but when we do need maintenance, it gets very expensive very quickly. So it's kind of like our legal budget. We want to make sure that we have enough, because legal fees can climb really quickly, and communications equipment maintenance
We
can.
do have a radio replacement plan, so every 10 to 8 years we replace the radios.
Okay.
Just due to wear and being out in the environment, they wear out.
And then there would be no more temporary or seasonal employees in the road maintenance department. They would be all full-time.
Street maintenance, correct.
Okay.
Snow removal, we would still have a large number of seasonal employees.
Seasonal. Okay. Okay.
And welcome to Dave.
Sorry,
I just want to
everybody.
recognize that he's
Yeah.
here.
Sorry.
And in case you didn't know, Dave, you're sitting next to our new Chief
I was
Information
I was
Security
going to introduce. I had
Technology
no
Officer.
idea. What's your name? Chris. Hi, Chris. Nice to
It's
meet
day
you.
one, so.
Yeah. It's your first day?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
We thought it was
so fun. You're
So
so
how
lucky.
interesting work is here.
I'm learning a lot.
Thank you.
So.
I have a quick question. Are we on page, what page is this? 5-3?
11.
11. Okay, never mind then.
And then we're about to
I'm on the
move
wrong
to
page.
snow removal.
Okay.
I did move to snow removal on our screen.
Yeah, so page 519, that's the snow removal budget. So, again, we talked about the conversion of the seasonal employees to the full-time employees. The rest of this is relatively standard in terms of this kind of ongoing operation. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on this, or
Well, and I lied. I'm going to ask about fuel, but
Sure.
only because it looks like there's a typo, because it shows
Yeah.
that there was only $100 spent, or $100 for estimated actuals, where I'm guessing that should be 100,000,
yeah, I think so.
because it's like a huge increase.
Saw that. I was just gonna ask. Duly noted.
And this is a much bigger fuel replacement fund because this is much bigger equipment, right?
We have a lot more equipment for the snow removal.
And then it's a cool picture of the dude on the blower. That one. Yeah.
Looks like a very dangerous picture,
It's Truckee safe.
Yeah.
The wheels were not moving that. They were moving
That was the
slow.
only way they could get them to stop honking the horn.
Okay, and plug down further, fleet maintenance. So here, between fleet maintenance and facilities and transit, we've got the recommendation of an additional administrative support person. So currently, Danielle works, she's paid 50% by the transit budget and 50% by the public works budget, and she helps out primarily in facilities and all, but also in fleet. And what we're recommending is that in all likelihood Danielle would be full-time fleet facilities, and then Alfred would be hiring a full-time administrative support person for transit, which is becoming more than just transit. It's transit, microtransit, bike share, probably transportation demand management, and maybe other responsibilities as time goes on. So from a general fund standpoint, it would be a half of an FTE to the general fund. So, yeah, because currently Danielle is paid 50% by the transit budget, she would become 100% general fund. And then the new person would be 100% out of the transit budget. So let's see.
I thought it was a .75, at least that's what I recall reading.
Did that get up? that
It's
didn't
still
get
at
updated?
0.75. It's still at 0.75.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I apologize. I thought that had been updated. So what we were envisioning is with another administrative support person, in all likelihood sitting right outside of Alfred's office, which also means they would be sitting right outside of Becky's office, that person would likely get pulled into providing some administrative support for engineering just by kind of osmosis. So I know in our initial budget round, we had budgeted it that way, and I thought we had modified that, but it sounds like we haven't.
We have some contingency plans in place in case we need to go there for budget reasons with negotiations, but we haven't gone there yet.
We haven't done that yet, okay.
Did you hear that?
It's hard for me to hear
Yeah.
you.
We have some contingency plans in place in case we need to go there for negotiations, depending on how the comp and class study comes out. And
okay.
so that was one of the contingency plans, but we haven't implemented any of those
Okay.
yet.
Okay,
That's fine.
good to know.
So aside from that, the fleet is same staff, same organizational structure, no major changes recommended there. Happy to answer any questions on fleet, if there are any. If not, we could move
Planning to
down.
purchase a lot of computer equipment, is that a new investment in something?
This is on
5-27, capital outlay, 80-20.
What is that? Brett's not here. Let me go look at the description.
17,000.
7 computers.
What's that?
7 computers.
7 computers?
Yeah, the replacement of 7.
So basically, everyone's getting a new computer and fleet.
I think they're adding some diagnostic computers out into their fleet area so they can plug into the cars and run diagnostics.
Very cool. And so, I know we've had conversations about the transition to electric vehicles, hybrids, like you were just saying, that is currently the plan, but we don't really have a policy for that, or?
We actually
We do have a policy.
Okay.
There's Hillary might want to speak to a little bit more, but there's a process to go through to evaluate if there's something that meets the needs. So there's no heavy equipment, for example, right now that is EV that would meet our needs. You can't buy a snowplow or tractor that's EV. And then based on the cost effectiveness, the analysis, it counts for GHG reduction. If there's anything out there that would be suitable, is what the policy currently says.
I know kind of the keystone is the police vehicles, because that's what we transition into fleet vehicles. And so have we found any other agencies that are pursuing electric police vehicles?
Pursuing, you know, with our climate in our region, we're just gonna have to see what's out there and see what people are doing that works for our application. But there are some EV vehicles that are coming out that looks like they're gonna fit our needs. It's just a matter of when we can get them to test them.
Okay.
So basically the same platform that we have now currently, but in an EV model.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah.
So do we have is that a line item in your budget to purchase one to try?
There's one, I believe, that's in there to explore.
Okay.
So in section 2, near the end, there's a fleet replacement summary, and that lists all the general fund division fleet replacements, and so it's actually listed there for the police hybrid vehicle.
I think the one that Chief is referring to is hybrid for next year, not full electric. KTG has an electric one that they're purchasing.
Which is in the solid waste budget. It's confusing because that's an enterprise fund, so all
Right.
the expenses are there, but for general fund funded operations, there's like kind of a mix of how we present it, just because of how county rules say we have to present it.
Okay. And the amortization and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
and
she's gonna pull it up really
And actually
quick.
what made me think of it is the equipment, the diagnostic equipment, because it's probably a whole different set of skill sets and equipment and diagnostic equipment that we'll eventually need for EVs.
Yeah.
Just something to think about.
Something to think about. A lot of our heavy equipment's going to be diesel or conventional gas-powered equipment until there's something, and that's several years out. I don't think there's anything on the horizon,
Yeah.
at least for that. With the police fleet, we're seeing some models in the next year or two that could be possible.
Maybe some trucks soon,
Yeah.
Maybe.
maybe.
I heard Meridian's like a 3-year wait list. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, that's the Meridian. They didn't have to afford F-150.
So I think next is the trails maintenance.
Should we quickly go over the fleet replacement
Sure.
summary since
Yeah, we
we're
can
talking
do that.
about it?
I would like that.
Maybe it's in Meridian. Did we get that? It's on 241.
2-30.
No, shit. It's got all the first. It's June first.
I've got a place that I right now. Supplement for home prices, hopefully. Maybe.
Welcome to Chuck.
Awareness.
What? You already hired him. It's all good. It doesn't matter.
I still gotta come back tomorrow.
Yeah, you gotta come back tomorrow.
Stress me, then I'm like, oh my God.
I know how that goes. That's why I was late today.
So this is the list of equipment that's proposed to be replaced. This is townwide, out of our fleet replacement fund. So there's some public works equipment in there, a fair amount. And then there's police equipment down below.
So, as part of our current purchasing policies, unless council specifically asks us to bring an item back to council for approval, even though these purchases are above the council threshold, we wouldn't bring them back for council reapproval, unless you specifically ask us to bring an item, bring one of these back.
Yeah, and as a reminder, so the town has an adopted fleet replacement plan. So it's basically for each, it's an inventory of each fleet asset for each town division. So public works, police, building, engineering. It lists each of the fleet vehicles that are used in those divisions. Identifies the cost of that piece of equipment, and also identifies replacement benchmarks, either based on age, if equipment were to reach obsolescence, or based on utilization. So as an example, a police vehicle would be targeted for replacement after it hits 150,000 miles of usage. And the heavier equipment, maybe more like 15 or 20 years, or a certain number of hours on a diesel engine. So we've got an adopted fleet replacement plan that identifies target replacement benchmarks, and then as equipment comes up to those replacement benchmarks, we'll evaluate how it's been performing and identify whether we are recommending that we go ahead and replace it per the replacement benchmark. Sometimes we'll recommend deferring replacement a bit if we think we can get more life out of individual pieces of equipment. Sometimes we'll recommend advancing purchases if we're having particular issues with equipment in terms of functionality. So that's what's behind these recommendations is really the fleet replacement plan, with then another kind of review by the fleet maintenance manager in each of with Fred Albert, and then each of the operating divisions where if there's issues with individual pieces of equipment, then that's where we would potentially be recommending replacement sooner rather than later. So I think in the police department, last year, we're in the process of buying a hybrid police vehicle, and what the assumption is that will be successful, and that we would be replacing 3 more of our police vehicles with hybrid vehicles this year. So anyway, that's the fleet equation. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on this.
What if we don't? Are we talking about police as well, or just your public works at the
I would
moment?
think all of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
So, for example, what if you're unsuccessful finding So I assume under police, other than the first one, you're in need of those 4 vehicles in this fiscal year. Like we have a deficit currently, or we're replacing, whatever we're doing, but you're asking for 4 vehicles. And what happens if you can't find a hybrid electric at this point? And I know the car market, et cetera. Are you confident we can find vehicles to fit that bill?
I think that'd be more along the lines of Brett's not here, right?
Correct. So these vehicles are
Right.
available.
Okay.
It's the one that's been ordered, it's kind of a question of whether it's gonna meet the functional need or not.
I guess that's what I'm really asking
Yes.
I understand there's vehicles available, but is it
Right,
gonna?
so I think the way it would work, because it's budgeted this way, if we were to, let's say we were to come to a conclusion that we don't think the hybrid electrics are gonna meet the needs of the police department, I think we would then need to come back to the council and say, hey, the hybrid electrics that you approved in the budget are a challenge for, you know, whatever the reason may be, and then have a conversation about either not replacing the old vehicles or replacing them with conventional vehicles.
Got it.
So I think if it were gonna change from this, it would need to come back in front of council.
And I think 2 of those, it lists 3 unmarks. I think 2 of those are marked units, so that'll give us a good, grasp of their capabilities of what they can do.
So I mean, I guess my only question, and not to, put a arrow through what we're trying to accomplish, but I mean, if the vehicles are there, why? I mean, a sign of our intent is obviously there, but another dash for just vehicle, or like hybrid electric preferred, but I mean, if we need vehicles, we need vehicles, right? I mean, I don't have a need for it to necessarily come back to us to discuss, hey, these are the vehicles we can get, this is supporting us, like, let's move
Hey
it
Mike,
along.
you're actually in front of the screen.
I would like to see that come back, just so our community understands what it is that's not working for us in that, because we have had a lot of community expectation set that we're going to be making this transition. And that, like I said, really is the keystone to the rest of the fleet vehicle transitions, because we reuse police vehicles, unless, as part of that discussion, we decide to change that policy. And so I think that's a discussion we should have.
Okay.
Well, a question would be, so we're waiting, we have one coming, we have a hybrid coming, we're already here, and so, coming. And at what point do you think the police department would have enough information to know, like, okay, this is gonna work or not? Because maybe that's the point where you wouldn't have to come to town council, but share with Jen so we understand, hey, this is looking good, or no.
I feel pretty confident that they're gonna be able to meet our need. It's basically the same chassis as what we have now on the Fords. It's just a hybrid. So although they're not as durable as a Tahoe, like if we need to get into some rugged area, some deep snow, they present some challenges just based on clearance. But we still have a couple, we still have Tahoes that can be deployed out there. So I'm very confident that they're gonna fit our need.
The bigger challenge is when we get to all electric.
Mhm.
We're not in the hybrid.
That's the unknown.
Yeah.
And I guess related to that, the infrastructure to support the electric transition for all of our fleets, right?
Right. It's another conversation we've been having with the install of electric vehicle charging stations.
Yeah.
Any other questions on fleet purchase? If not, should we flip back to the trails budget?
Okay, so we are gonna mark the police vehicles as needing to come back for approval from council.
I thought that was only if they
Only
were
if-
gonna
Only
be
if
non-hybrids.
Not hybrid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So trails maintenance, so our facilities staff are the people that do most of our trails maintenance. Public Works staff does a little bit of it, and what they do is they track their time that they're working on trails-related activities, and then that time gets billed against the Measure R account, or funding source. So this represents the amount of money we're expecting to spend on trail maintenance. There's no single full-time person that's dedicated to trail maintenance. It's bits and pieces of all of the facility staff. So that's what the staffing piece of this represents. And then supplies and services, again, are relatively standard. We are assuming slight, so last winter we entered into agreements with the Grays Crossing and Old Greenwood homeowners associations to do the trail maintenance for them as well, which included snow removal. So the deal was, hey, hire us to do the summer maintenance for you, and we'll also throw in winter snow removal, just recognizing there's interest in the community to have more trails open. So this represents an assumption that we're going to have a continued presence on those trails that were previously privately maintained. What this doesn't assume, but what I think is a question we should be thinking about, is if Measure U passes, we've got another 3 or 4 miles of trail that, like Pioneer Commerce Center is one area, and there's some other smaller sections of trail that are still privately maintained. And whether or not, as a matter of policy, you as a council want to just say, okay, if Measure U is in place, that represents a sustainable long-term funding source for trail maintenance. Do we want to just take on that, what's currently that private maintenance responsibility, or not? And I don't think we need to answer that today. This doesn't assume that we're doing that, but it's a question we may pose to you all later this year if Measure U does pass. And the reason for that is really just community interest in higher level of maintenance on trails.
And that's going to show up as wages, labor, fuel.
Yep.
I mean, I'd almost like to say regardless if Measure U passes. I mean, the Pioneer link specifically is a really bad spot for us not to do maintenance. It's the key connector to ACMS. It's the key connector to, if you're on
Downtown.
Legacy, the only way to get to the other trails is to go through Pioneer. I found myself assuming twice this winter, as a matter of fact. I was like, oh, it'll be totally plowed. That's what we just approved. And nope, it wasn't. But I mean, it's just such a key. Like, I would support including it regardless of Measure U, even though I have pretty strong faith in U is also going to be successful.
Right.
Sorry.
I thought that was a bit of an exaggeration to say it's privately maintained.
Yeah, good point.
And is that all?
Right.
Is that all Mancuso? Is that who's supposed to be maintaining it?
Yeah, so there's no, they had no obligation to do winter maintenance.
Oh, they didn't.
Right.
Got it.
And so when we put the deal on the table of, hey, do you want to hire us to do summer maintenance, and we'll throw in winter maintenance, he politely declined. So.
Yeah, instead he piles all of his snow right
on the trail.
Right.
And more importantly, do we have any recourse for even requiring the summer maintenance to a certain standard? Because that trail is horrible in terms of
it's
the fill it needs.
We have some. So that was a trail that was built in the mid-2000s as part of the Pioneer Commerce Center.
Yeah.
So the condition of approval is build and maintain the trail, and that's it. More recent ones, like with Grays Crossing, there's like a 4-page agreement as to what constitutes maintenance. On that one, it's very generic. So it's not clear what the standard is that he's expected to maintain too. So to sick code enforcement on him for not maintaining the trail kind of leads to this conversation about what constitutes adequate trail maintenance and without a clear definition. So that's a tricky one.
Could we just put up a sign that says this section maintained by Mancuso?
We could do that.
With his phone number. His
Call
phone
him.
number.
Get a flat tire on this trail, call here. I like
Does Cyril have a
Oh,
sense
this
of
guy.
shame?
I
No.
don't
Katie
know.
might.
No.
I don't know. I don't know.
So
Zero doesn't.
maybe what we can do is, if there's some interest in this, we're really close to finding out what's going to happen with Measure U. Let's see what happens there, and if we need to revisit, and bring that back as a conversation.
Yeah,
Are we
and it-
basically saying, let's revisit if Measure U doesn't
I think we
pass,
can
and as
revisit.
long as Measure U passes, we will assume winter clearance of that trail? I mean, that would be my suggestion.
Yeah, we can do
I would rather
either.
go that direction.
Yeah, I mean, so the reason we didn't clear Pioneer Commerce Center last year is we had contracts with these other folks right next door who were paying,
Yeah.
weren't,
It's weird.
so it's a precedent issue.
Yeah.
And so I think if we want to just take on trail maintenance, we would need to do it in a more comprehensive way.
I would suggest we bring
From
it
an
back,
equity standpoint.
yeah, either way, just so you have the council discussion, you know how much it's costing, and it's visible to what either Measure U or other money is being used to
Right.
fund from the community's perspective.
Right.
It doesn't have to be a long, drawn-out conversation.
No. But there's probably some equity issues in there. So like we're charging Old Greenwood, but we're not Pioneer Commerce Center, because Pioneer Commerce Center is doing a crappy job. You know, you get into some of those community equity conversations. So it could be could be talking about, you know, 75 or 100,000 a year to the trails budget by just making it everything town maintained. So,
Future agenda item.
yep. Okay. Okay.
But we're gonna make a commitment that that comes back in due time to deal with it in a way
Yeah,
that's
we could-
reasonable, fair, and
Yeah, we could look at doing that in, prior to mid-September, I'd say. Facilities, so I think that's next. The Public Works Facilities that's basically taking care of all of our property and buildings. So Town Hall, Courtyard property, Truckee Depot. The old courtyard still requires a little bit of ongoing care and feeding. We've got the Tower of Honor Public Works remote location. We've got a little bit of maintenance at McIver Dairy. Those are the basic facilities that we're maintaining. And I talked earlier about the administrative support that some of that would show up in fleet, a little bit in facilities, and then also in transit. So I think there's a little bit of that in here. And we've got seasonal staff in here for winter snow removal. I think we added a position on the seasonal side,
Facilities maintenance.
a seasonal facilities maintenance position, right? And that's to basically hire a person for an additional person to assist with snow removal in winter not on roads, but on trails, sidewalks. We've also, all the CFDs, so the Brickletown sidewalks, Donner Pass Road sidewalks over by the middle school and the high school, all the Truckee Rail Yard sidewalks, that's all facilities staff maintains those as well and charges for time off to each of those special funding sources. So that's what this is all about. Anything I missed, Regina or Nikki?
So we have the seasonal facilities maintenance, and then we also have seasonal landscape maintenance. So
Yep.
2 seasonals in this one. The seasonal facilities maintenance actually wasn't an ad, it was brought over from the roads and snow budget from last year. We had a seasonal in there that wasn't utilized, so we just transferred it over.
Right. And we're not recommending it this year, but, you know, I could see, you know, possibility in future years, you know, the summer seasonal, winter seasonal thing being recommended to convert to a full-time position. Again, that's not a recommendation for this year, but that would be a natural evolution potentially in future years, depending on workload and our ability to fill the positions.
Is there, I don't see anything specifically budgeted for any type of energy upgrades on any of these facilities. Is there anything expected for that?
That's actually would be in our capital improvement project.
Okay.
We do have some funding for a project if we had identified one, but I don't think there's a specific project right now.
We don't.
Right.
Because I think they're doing a greenhouse gas inventory.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about that in CIPs, but we have a small amount budgeted for this next fiscal year. We have a larger amount budgeted for the following fiscal year with the idea that over the next few months we'll be implementing the M0 or Ledger platform, which will give us much more granular data on GHG.
Yes, it will.
So that we can be smart about our investments rather than just guessing where to invest.
Sounds good.
So unless there's questions on facilities, if we go down to our CFD budget, so I touched on those a minute ago. So this again is the facilities staff charging their time off to each of these special funding sources. So this is where we're doing sidewalk and or trails maintenance that's funded by something other than the general fund. And you'll have an item on your council agenda, I think at the next meeting, is that right, Becky? On the annual reports for all the CFDs?
Yes.
So you'll get it each year. We do a report to the council on revenue and expenses specific to the CFDs, which is a requirement of when we created these. There's a requirement that we report to the council on a specific agenda item for it. And then we have
That shows both the revenue and the expenses and any type of fund carrying balance.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is just the
And
expenses.
then we had this is probably more related to capital, but we had a public meeting last week on the West River Street streetscape project. And part of that was updating property owners about the project, but part of it was also that the intent would be to create a maintenance district for the West River Street sidewalk project as well. So getting that socialized to the property owners out there, because ultimately they would need to either vote that into existence or not this fall.
Inclusive of long-term maintenance and snow removal and all that sort of stuff too.
Right. Yeah.
I have a question. It looks like we're proposing the same amounts for a lot of these that was in the amended budget, but the actuals are lower. Is there a reason there was just less work, like Yorga Ranch Trails, only 1,000, Rail Yard, only 18,000? Is there a reason it was lower? It's coming in lower this year? I'm just curious.
It's kind of they're ramping up operations in those areas.
Okay.
So like this is kind of the first year of operations. Also, we budgeted for a lot of snow removal costs, and there wasn't a lot of snow removal to do this year. So we're still trying to figure out what our year-on-year kind of average cost will be, and without a lot of back year data to rely on. They're doing their best to estimate.
Another thing that I think we should do at some point is establish reserve targets for each of these special maintenance districts. And they could differ from one district to the other depending on, some of these districts are set up to include capital replacement, others are not. And the reason I think a reserve target would be useful is each year when you as a council are deciding what to set these assessments at, I think if we're fully funding our operation and we've hit our reserve target, that would be an indication that potentially you could be comfortable setting the assessments lower than the maximum allowed amount. Right now, we're generally recommending that we set assessments at the maximum allowed amount. We know that we're building reserves, but I think we're getting to a point with some of these special funds that we don't want to just collect money and rat hole at the bank unnecessarily. where it's a special tax or a special assessment. So I think a reserve policy could help ensure that we're hitting the right balance between the assessment amount and what we need to maintain these assets.
Quick question on that. I fully agree with that and wholeheartedly support it, and the sooner we can start doing that, the better. I think it's incredibly important. I thought we did have reserve targets, so that's my bad. Thanks for bringing that up.
We do, but not for these special.
Not for the special districts, got it. So when you go, like when we did Envision DPR and finished that, and then we bought the new snow removal equipment for specifically, basically for that project, are we amortizing and dividing up, like if that piece of equipment is meant to be used 50% in said district, that district is then responsible for 50% of that capital payment on that piece of equipment?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Then I think that's super important.
And right now, these transfers out that you see include the repayment of one of those,
Pieces of equipment.
It was a
Yeah, because that's huge. Those are huge pass-through amounts that are making their way all the way down the pyramid
They
there.
have that scheduled on a 5-year repay with these
Yeah.
right now.
Mhm.
Ultimately, it's showing up in someone's rent.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Exactly. The property owner's not paying that.
Right.
So, yeah, we definitely should have a reserve level for some of those, especially some of the more mature ones.
I think just a cautionary tale, though, given the price increases that we've seen in so many of our CIPs, we need to make sure we're reserving enough to actually do the replacement when we put it out to bid, to trade upon the market.
Right, and I think the districts that have capital replacement built in, you could have like a capital replacement reserve and an operating reserve to make sure that the capital replacement, which is longer term, is funded to what we believe to be adequate levels. And the operating reserve potentially could be, that's going to be a little less influenced by major swings in capital project costs.
Yeah,
A little
absolutely.
more red line. So, okay. So that's that. Unless there's other questions.
We're moving on to community development.
Yep. I'm going to step out for a minute. Conference call. I'll be right back.
While we're waiting for Dan, or even if we're not waiting for Dan, I have a general question on personnel. It's kind of gone through all this. Usually the increase in benefits is greater than the increase in wages, 1.5 to 2 times, just about all of these. Is this because of CalPERS requiremements?
And
that
health
mean it-
insurance. Or we have 10% and health insurance.
And health insurance. Okay, those two things. Or why benefits go up.
The
at a higher
CalPERS
rate.
discount rate, that was assumed discount rate, and small changes in it have enormous implications for the town's ongoing costs.
Yeah.
And the town has no control over it. Joining CalPERS is like joining the mafia. You can get in, but you can't ever get out. So the town has once you're in CalPERS, there's just nothing you can do. You have to do what they tell you.
It's extremely cost prohibitive to get out. You, in theory, can, but nobody can actually afford to do it.
Yeah, I don't think any agency has successfully gotten out in 30 years. They expelled the city of Loyalton, but that was a mess.
They expelled it. They were still doing what they were told.
It's
Could
like
we
$1 billion to get out or something, because they make you pay everything that you're obligated to employees for.
Can we just schedule in a 5-minute break here soon when you're ready?
I can go quick. Yes. Or Wait, do we feel like do we want to break now or get through community development?
Up to you.
If we go quick, then Mike can go.
Okay.
Perfect. Go back to the counter.
Okay.
Let's do
Sounds
that.
good. Let's do that.
Mine's usually not that complicated. So we'll just go through planning first. Majority of the changes are for personnel costs. Minor changes for document imaging so that we can start to catalog all of the physical files that we still have in the planning department. Some additional funding for publications and then computer equipment, but not a big shift in our budgeting from last year. For personnel, I just wanted to highlight that we still have budgeted the senior planner position that would be 50% housing, and we've gone through 3 rounds of recruitments at this point, and although we had 3 candidates that we were scheduled to do interviews with, all 3 backed out. And that was either the day of or the day before the interview. So we'll keep that in the budget as it's proposed, and we're going to reassess what sort of additional staffing needs could kind of meet those requirements for now, but we'll leave it in there. And then it's not in the description, but we also have a promotion for Jenna to town planner, so it should be, I think we just missed it in the description, but it should be already included in the line item amount. And part of that too is that next year, after we've adopted the general plan, we'll roll into implementation of the general plan, which is an even more complex kind of level of work to do. So having someone at Jenna's level take on those responsibilities would be helpful.
Where is this showing up in any of this in the budget? It's not really, right?
Which one? The wages?
So senior planner was already budgeted in, and that's why we're not seeing any increases.
Right, you're not showing it as any additional staff.
Jenna's promotion, congratulations. She's not making any more money. She's making 1.4% more.
So it should be. We may have to look at that again.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Just looking out for you down there, Jenna. Come on.
And Dave, you missed when we started, we talked about there's a number of those promotional opportunities in there. So like Judy's department has potentially 2 promotional opportunities, but they're not like July 1, Jenna becomes planning manager. Yeah.
There was turnover in that division, so they rehired, and the individuals that they hired were at a lower rate than the previous year, which meant that our budget increase was lower than.
So sort of internal promotions aren't really.
So like in our department, we had gaps where we didn't have positions filled.
Right.
So
it's all captured there, but when we've had turnover and somebody comes in at a lower level, their salary decreases and other increases.
Okay. And not to harp on it, but the things that I said last time, if we're not going to be successful at hiring the people that we've set out to hire, we're going to adjust work plans to reflect that so that expectations are aligned with our human resources at some point. Right.
After we're done with the job.
Okay.
Well, and if you're speaking more specifically with like the senior planner that at least was half to housing, I think what we really are going to do is reevaluate what the position is. If we can't hire, we have a need for a senior planner, but if we can't hire it, then we need to think of something else for that.
Right.
We were pretty excited about interviewing 3 and to have them all cancel the day before or the day of the interview. It's frustrating.
The way it is going these days.
We have heard.
So we're happy to have you here, Chris. Thanks for joining.
We have heard that there across the market there is a shortage of senior planners. It's not just the town of Truckee that's struggling to hire someone.
Shortage of a lot of things.
It's usually 7 to 10 years of experience, so it's at that level where oftentimes people are established where they're at and don't necessarily want to relocate because it's in that middle range.
And that's not what I'm reflecting on. I think you've all heard what I'm reflecting on clearly. It's not senior planner, junior planner, F planner, Y planner. I don't care.
Right.
I just want our work plan to match our resources. That is my goal. So that we are not thinking we are going to accomplish everything when we just don't have the human power to do so. That's what I want us all to be on the same page about.
I don't know that I'm on the same page because I don't want to shackle how we respond to a labor shortage. And it sounds like, I can't tell if you're saying we're going to eliminate certain things. I mean, certainly it would require some adjustment, but there could be a lot of different ways of adjusting, like taking a project and modifying the way the project is done instead of eliminating it.
So an example for us, I would say, is we have projects within planning that we've wanted to get done that we can't accomplish because we don't have that additional body. So those are things that are just on a much longer time frame than we ideally would like. Things like the regulations for docks and piers. I mean, they're important, but we just can't get to them right now. So we kind of move our resources into what we need to and then change the timelines. We can still do everything we said we could do as part of the current work plan.
And it to the point, I think there's one item in there is that housing policies that we've asterisked that until we fill the position, we can't. There isn't capacity. So we've been trying to reflect that in the work plan in a very clear way.
But that being said, I mean, even something like the fractional discussion is a housing policy discussion that we were still able to do. So we're breaking things off in smaller pieces, but yeah.
Or
if you wanted to add-
contracting things out, or whatever the case may be. I mean, I think what I'm saying is I just don't want expectations to outpace a really busy workload that is in existence. I'm not saying cut some things. We don't have a menu in front of us to cut, right? That's not what we're talking about here. I'm simply talking about making sure that if we're a senior planner down, what are the programs that senior planner was going to be set up to do? What are we going to redistribute? What is going to take 2 years instead of 1 year? And what might we be willing to take off the table for the short term until we can find the right team to do it, whether that's outsourced or not. That's all I'm saying. But I think I don't want to like be a broken record. I've made myself pretty clear on that.
Yeah, I kind of feel like our eyes are always bigger than our stomach, and
that's exactly.
And I think we're all like realistically assessing, and we're hearing from Jen and the team on what capacity actually is, right? And we need to maintain some amount of flexibility and adaptability, and that's why the work plan also comes back on a quarterly basis. So staff can say to us, hey, this actually isn't going to happen on this time frame. Here are the reasons why, and we can have a discussion about it. Do you want to add to that?
No, I think that's exactly right. I think that's what it's the work plan and also the capital projects as they're proposed in the time frame. What can we achieve with what we currently have?
Yeah. Any other questions about planning or the code?
So I have a question. I saw for the Joanne Anders that is going down, that's in professional services. And I guess just in these conversations of housing, here's a consultant that does work. She obviously is not a planner, so she can't do senior planner. Is there anything else we could utilize her for in any of these programs that we haven't yet? Or no, we're kind of using her for everything we can and we don't need her as much as we did last year?
I think there's a potential where we could find other consultants, but I think in terms of what Joanne's willing to do is we're probably using her for the maximum amount that she's willing.
She's retired. She has been retired for years. We're the only outfit that she's willing to even do work for.
She also only charges us about half of what the market would charge right now, and I've asked her multiple times to please give us a proposal for more hourly, and she won't. So there's a balance. We want to make sure that she keeps working for us.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Mack, I think the reason you see the budget decrease, we did an amendment to have her look at some ARPA rules for us. So we actually increased it this year for that.
Yeah. Generally keep it in line with what she's been spending, kind of in the poster, what she tells me she has on her radar too. So we've never gotten into a situation where we've run past our professional services budget when we've worked with them. Code compliance. Code compliance, most of the changes are because our part-time code compliance officer will be physically back in the office where she was working remotely from Hawaii. So additional clothing for her, training opportunities, and then just things like that. So it's a pretty minimal change for code. But that also gives us a lot of new opportunity to have her in the office too, where she can be out in the field supporting Caitlin to do more proactive outreach and support even for the STR program and other things. So that'll be great. Any questions about code? So for building, building's kind of a roller coaster, but what we tried to do is take a look at what we think we can get with staffing and what we think we'll need to balance that out with professional services next year. So we still have 3 open positions for plans examiner. Since we had Carolina and Darcy leave, We've filled that need immediately with what Mike's doing with plan review. Dan West is doing plan review, and then with our promotion of Ben to doing inspection and plan review, I would call it about a 75% of a full-time position and just the work capacity that they're able to do with in-house plan review. But we're also doing interviews tomorrow for additional positions, so hopefully we'll get some. We have 5 total, I think, that we're interviewing. We've done 1 so far, and we have 4 tomorrow. So that could be promising to kind of fill those needs. But with our professional services, which is one of the biggest costs, that's for our third-party plan review. And so we debated, how much to keep in there, just because we want to have more in-house services, but we left that as a buffer in case we don't get another in-house staff. So we may not use all of it, but it is nice to have since we have consultants that are there to kind of help us with our workload for that. I think that's it. Just general things like general supplies, software, things like that are additional costs for this coming year.
What's the rental office space?
That's what the building department pays to the town since they're an enterprise fund.
Oh.
So they pay for things like HR, they rent the office space, it's based on the square footage of space that they rent.
It's essentially just reimbursing the general fund for the cost of maintaining the building. Yeah, the enterprise funds, we try and, the way we budget for them and expense out their costs is to reflect the total cost of operations, so that we're charging out to the user fees, like the total cost of providing the building services, and that the general fund isn't supplementing in any way, like by providing the building or, HR being general fund funded. We want to make sure that we're representing the true cost of operating the building fund.
Okay, thank you.
Now you mentioned software. I know we've heard from Kat a lot about, having software where you can track a permit through the process. Is that anything that's being looked into? Or?
Yeah, that's something that's on our radar. We're not quite at the level yet where we're talking about doing something different than New World, which is what the whole town is on. I think there are some better programs specifically for the building department that would be better, but then there's sort of that ongoing maintenance and other things that may not work. So in the near term, we're trying to figure out if there's something that's better for tracking, whether it's internal, external, both, an interface with the website that's different than eSuite, something like that. So we put that in there so that we can have that to explore and see if we can find something that's going to be just more user-friendly.
It's also a pretty significant change for a department or division that's really still catching up. And kudos to Mike and the team, because they're putting in a lot of hours and trying to do all the plan review themselves, which is great, but also don't want to pile on a whole nother big task during what we're going into, building season. But New World is going to be unsupported in Nikki 5-7 years. Is that when?
They've stopped selling it to new customers, so they haven't indicated a date that they're going to stop supporting it, but generally when they stop getting new investment into the program, then the writing's on the wall that we're looking at an end of support at some point.
So we wouldn't be implying to be waiting that long, but we are going to have to make a total shift, and we're not too far.
So we're just starting at a little early. Yeah, any other questions?
Okay.
Break time?
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and start on public safety.
We're only 5 minutes behind schedule.
Woo! 2 minutes. It's 4:02.
I think
Well, with a break, I
supposed
guess.
to be
All right. That's fair. It's still a 10-minute break, so everyone has a couple minutes.
Free time you get in, yeah.
Councilmember Zabriskie, you look like you have a question.
No.
Just pondering.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a quick question. So there's one code compliance officer in short-term rentals and one in building?
There's
And-
1.5 in building.
1.5 in building? And can they cross-pollinate if needed? Like if,
They are cross-training.
Okay.
Mostly, so like if Christine is out driving around and she happens to notice something, she can alert the other code compliance officer. Right now, they're kind of sticking to their general functions, but with the idea that, you know, Christine often goes and works with them. They've been teaming up to kind of get movement on some of their old code compliance issues. Like there's a couple properties that, you know, Caitlin and Carrie have been working on for a really long time that they've gotten absolutely no response from. And the second Christine reaches out and says, hey, we noticed you have these really old code cases, we're gonna suspend your short-term rental license, they get very responsive suddenly. So having that cross communication has been really helpful in keeping, getting movement on some of these older code compliance cases.
great.
What's the short answer on the dilapidated house on Spring Street? What should I tell people?
Oh, that's out of my.
Ross and Eagles house?
That's maybe a discussion for outside of this meeting.
Isn't there just a pat answer? Word on the street?
What do you tell
Outside.
people? The town is aware of it and they're working on a sort towards a solution.
We have reached out to Nevada County for assistance from the Veterans Department that's there, and are in communication with the residents and Nevada County.
I would tell them that we're taking a compassionate approach.
Compassionate approach.
That's a good
That's
answer.
good. And we have been for quite some time.
We'd be happy to talk to you about it more.
That's
more
all right.
detail if you
I
want.
just want the easy one.
Okay, so if nothing else on short-term rentals, it sounds like dinner's here, so let's take 10 minutes, grab dinner. We're gonna come back, work through dinner.
Judy,
That's
is it
what I
in
was
chambers?
No, it's not. Voting's in chambers. It's all
tried
in
to
the,
turn down there.
station
We can have a
campaign.
window.
Okay, so Stampede Room.
Yep.
So 10 minutes, come back.
Yeah, you
Really cup windows on that side. It's like, it's getting really
I
stuffy
turned
over
it
here.
down.
There's so many of us.
I know, it's,